Jimmy.
Morning.
How are you?
Good. All right.
Thanks. Checks for me.
Well, Amy said she forgot to tell me to put in the invoices for you to approve in your box. Lori wants to print them.
I have a message from Lori that came this afternoon.
Okay.
I haven't read them yet.
Okay.
So if I can read them while I'm here, I'd be happy to do that.
And then,
So it's a second grade district.
these invoices, agreed on, and this is on our consent agenda. I'll need you to sign it. Here's the card.
Did you, you still have that student letter? I meant to text you and see if you would pass that around tonight.
Which one?
The activities letter that came to my negotiations that I gave you.
It doesn't work out. It in the link.
Good evening, sir.
No.
Well, it's Mr. Famous. Can I get your autograph? Charlotte? The other night at the board meeting, going on TV.
Oh, that.
I noticed Charlotte first.
Good, that's what.
Interesting. It's not
Must be delayed.
Are you making progress?
I think so.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Everyone that's in the room is on, so I think we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, knowing that we'll have at least one more join us a little bit late. So we can please start by joining in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I get 2 votes. I'll close one if I can here.
I'll get you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Thank you, Sherry. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, we'll vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Consent agenda. Is there a motion? The assurances that are referenced just basically make sure that we're providing student contact from teachers every day if they are remote learners.
And who is that from?
ASCE.
I looked at it. I couldn't figure out what it was about.
ASDE is, I'm sure they were pressured to make sure that we verify that this fall will not be the same as last spring.
Which our remote learning plan, reopening plan already addressed. So is there a motion?
I move we approve the remote learning assurances.
Did you want to pull anything else off of the consent agenda?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I move we approve the consent agenda as shown.
Okay. Sure. Thank you, Sheree. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. And we're going to start with the reopening plan with the activities update. And Roger sent us that email yesterday with the CASHA risk mitigation considerations to look at.
Lori, if I remember right, didn't Dwight have he had some thoughts on this? I'm wondering if we should reorder the agenda. He's going to be here. Did you say he's going to be here later?
I haven't heard from Dwight.
That's what they just texted me.
It seems like he had some comments on this last meeting.
Yep.
So.
Do you want to skip
want me
to
to
the
make a
superintendent's
motion?
report?
Yeah. Would you like a motion to do that, or?
Roger, would you like to do your report?
It's only been a week since we met last. The county COVID numbers have come down, although the last report was higher. We had a couple in a row that were single digits, and we are hopeful that that is going to be the norm now as we move forward. We have still been working long hours trying to get all the details worked out and the building set up and ready to go. We're going to have a tour today of progress. The playground committee has met a couple of times now to work on weekends, and then we pulled weeds last night at a butterfly garden. So there's a lot of work that's going on there. The all of the COVID CARES, Sparks money has been a colossal time suck. It has been extremely time consuming. There have been a lot of things and lots of deadlines and hoops to jump through as we go through that. I was a little discouraged. The county website showed dollar amounts that were requested. I was fairly well convinced that Saline County would have trouble spending the $11.2 million. And as I looked through the document, there were requests for over $16 million on that document. So the committee is going to have their work cut out for them.
They already they have one more meeting tomorrow morning, and then they'll make recommendations to the county commission on Tuesday. So you can actually go out and watch the recorded video of the meetings, and there's minutes from each one of those meetings. I think our school and the county agency requests were approved, and then the meeting they're having tomorrow morning is to review all the agency requests from the nonprofit organizations in the community.
Okay, I hadn't heard that.
When I read as I read the minutes, that's what it indicated to me, but of course, it's up to the county commission to make the recommendation, and then it's got to go back to the state, so there's several layers in there.
Yeah. So we're hopeful in that, but it does seem like a lot of things are happening all at once, so it has been a scramble for sure. But I really don't have anything else for you new from last Thursday unless you have a question.
Any questions for Roger?
Where we at on?
We just flip-flopped 3.1 and 3.2, so you could be part of the activities dialogue.
Oh, okay. But you're talking about the reopening plan, or are you talking about?
I was just
He
giving
was
my
just
report.
giving his report.
Gotcha. So, all
So
right.
we can go back to that one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Going back to 3.1, the reopening plan activities update. There is a letter included in here from students. They wanted us to hear their voice, which I was pleased to see. They took that action. And I guess we all had the opportunity to review Keisha's document. It was sent to us yesterday. And Wayne, you have met with league people this week, is that right?
We had one league meeting that was principals and ADs.
Okay.
Kind of just, the overall topic was not just athletics, activities, anything like that. It was just how our league schools are moving forward. I have a meeting with all of my coaches on Tuesday as part of our in-service to try to look at what we're going to do individually in each of the different activities. The document that I sent or received from the Activities Association are considerations from the Activities Association, things that you should do. Many of those contradict themselves, but they're just considerations on things that might be helpful. I had a conversation with Coach Castleman today. I want him to kind of look at things that would help us move forward on our cross-country meet. There's a lot of different things you can do. We talked about maybe masking everybody up at the start and being able to take the mask off and all of those kind of things. No ceremonies, no anything. So still able to have the meet, but kind of reducing some of the, not fluff, but some of the things that are there. Need to get with each of the individual activities and decide the best way to go. I was in contact with the Heston AD. They're going to do their cross-country meet in waves, start 4 different start times. Well, that wasn't even one that was on there under consideration. It's just something that they had thought might help in theirs. So there's a lot of different directions. We're not getting mandates from the Activities Association. We're getting a lot of ideas to try to keep things safe when we go into our activities. And the coaches are all about that too. I mean, the best we can do. And our kids, reports that I've seen and witnessed, our kids are doing everything they're asked to do to try to make it so they can have a season. And we don't know that they still may do everything and still not be able to have a season, but we hope that's not the case.
Okay. So this came up last week when we were in our regular meeting, talking about the reopening plan and just having the discussion. We wanted to have a discussion as a board moving forward. And I think some of the concerns that I heard had to do with the travel and bringing things back to a building where other kids don't have the option to not be in the same school building as athletes that have competed elsewhere, and how we mitigate that. My thoughts on that is that's why we're wearing masks and why we're doing some of those preventive things and doing the screening questions and the screening at the door, and nothing's going to be perfect. But what are other people's thoughts on, as you've had time to think about?
Yes, my question is, so when we go on long distance to different schools, the kid's gonna wear their mask the whole time then?
On the buses?
And coaches?
On the buses,
Yeah.
when they're not socially distanced? I mean, those are the recommendations that Keisha has.
Yeah, we had
I know,
that
recommendation.
conversation the other day with many, sat in a meeting with a lot of superintendents and area people, and Russ, Mr. Stump asked that question. And that was the recommendation. Some of our trips are going to be long, absolutely. But those are the times we're in.
Okay.
I mean, I get everything you're trying to do.
Mhm.
And if you're talking within the school, I agree with you. My problem still comes in, you're exposing them to another school district. And they're going to be playing 60 minutes or volleyball or whatever, and they are going to be not social distance. It is a contact sport. I want them to play too, but Wayne, I can't stand in front of a patron of this district and say, we're doing everything we can to keep your kids safe in this building. Because if we go to another school and we play a game, we're not. We're simply not. And we have to be honest with ourselves. Everyone in this room wants them to play. But when you come back to them, why are we taking some of the precautions if you're going to do that? Because it just goes against all reason. But if that's what our decision is, we also have to be prepared to look a parent in the eye whose kid catches it that has a compromised vision. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have played. That other kid that's in the school that catches it from a kid that may have caught it going to a game. If we make that link and we're willing to stand in front of that parent and go, boy, I'm sorry your kid's in the ER because we wanted to go play. That's my concern. And I don't mean to be blunt. I don't mean to be.
I understand your concern. I truly do. I think a lot of this that we're going through is risk management. I really think it is, that there is a risk out there. And as Board of Education members, as athletic directors, principals, superintendents, we're involved in risk management. We decide what risk we're going to take. I can tell you football is a dangerous sport. There are people that have been hurt, tragically hurt, and they go to another place and they get hurt. That's a risk that the student athlete takes, the risk that the parent takes. That option for that parent is to say no.
Now, what you just told me was consenting individuals going to play. That kid knew the risk when they went to go play football.
Mm-hmm.
The second child that's going to the school that may have comprehensive conditions didn't agree to go play football, didn't agree to take those risks. Those risks were brought back to them because this kid wanted to play. That's a completely different set of circumstances. I fully agree with you. Love football. Every time I stepped on the field, I might blow a knee out. I get that. What I'm saying is it's that link between a student that has no skin in the game, if you will, that link that comes back, that a direct reason was because in a dangerous time, we let them go off site. I'm more making sure that everybody understands what we're what we're agreeing is as far as that. You know, because I mean, there's some Division I now that are saying, we aren't gonna do this. I'm just concerned. And you know, everything that you're doing, everything going on the bus, everything you're doing is wonderful. Everything you're doing is right. It's a contact with another group of kids and then bring it back here to an unsuspecting kid. And they may be, remember, the football player may be asymptomatic. You seeded the school, so to speak, if that makes sense. But now, maybe this thing isn't as dangerous as I'm making it out. Maybe everybody be all right. I hope.
Nobody really knows. Nobody knows. That's
exactly.
the big challenge.
So what I'm saying, you see, you're saying exactly, but nobody wants to tell anyone that they can't play. But there are more schools that are leaning towards that option. I mean, I've talked to some board members today, and there's some thought out there, and I don't know what to do.
But to an extent, everybody that is in who decides to come to school knows there's a risk, and their parents have that option of doing remote instead of sending them.
So what you're telling me then, Rhonda, is that this student over here should go remote because we're going to allow them to play football.
No, I'm not saying that they
Well,
should.
that is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I said. I said
Well, but
they don't have a choice.
so because,
and we want to make sure they have all the information.
because we made the decision to allow them to play football. This parent over here needs to go, gosh, the school's allowing them to play football. I can't bring my kid there because I'm scared they'll get sick. That's what you're
That
saying.
is a parent choice.
That's the choice that parents are making regardless of whether, no, we're adding a risk, Steve. I'm not going to bend on that. We're adding a risk.
Okay.
Every parent
We hear you,
is making a conscious choice whether this school, regardless of whether we travel or not, is safe for their kid or not. That's what their choice is based on. Right. The school encompasses, to me, everything. But if you add another risk, then that's our responsibility. That's on us. To me, it's a lump sum risk. No. Yeah. No. That's my opinion. Well, sure, I get that. You want to play too. I do too. I'm bringing up things that are. I'm just not ready to live my life in a bubble just yet. Now, next week I might be. That's great. That's great catchphrases for this. It's a risk.
And we acknowledge that. Okay, can we hear other people's thoughts on where we're at with this?
Yeah, I also, would have a hard time thinking that a contact sport is safe to play if they're not wearing masks. And I don't think anyone on a football field should be wearing a mask because I don't want them to hyperventilate, to overheat, or whatever it is. But there's a reason we're wearing them every day when we go to work, when we go to school, and everything else. And I just don't think a contact sport is any different. So I do think there's a risk in playing contact sports.
And maybe I think cross country, I think you can make that work. But
Yeah, I mean, and
I'm not saying you should. I'm saying that.
It's like I think cross country, track, stuff like that would be okay, but it's either, to me, it's all or none.
I understand.
And it's, I don't know, although those teams playing during the summer should have been wearing masks because that is part of the governor's order. If you read it, if you can't be 6 feet apart, you need to wear a mask, even in sports. It was not enforced, which is fine. That has nothing to do with that. But everyone's been playing sports all summer, contact sports. Some areas have had issues.
I think on the state cluster, if you go to the state website, I was looking at that data yesterday, and there are 9 clusters associated with sports activities since we started tracking them in March.
Yeah.
which is the lowest number of all of the categories on that. On that website.
The MAYB tournament did yield several.
Yeah, and it's not broken down by county, that is statewide. So, there were, and that's reporting through the health departments. It's not perfect data, but
Yeah,
it's the
you don't know the
information that we
age
have
of
in
the-
this, yeah.
And then that MAYB tournament, which you're correct, early in the summer, had some problems, but then to tell you what, they upped their game. They're cleaning. We have some patrons that were involved in that, and they upped their game tremendously. The cleaning the balls, emptying gyms, and disinfecting between new groups coming in. They did a very good job once they were on the clock, really.
You know, the scary thing about this is not, you can't tell you may have 60–80% of the kids, you can't tell they have it because they're asymptomatic.
You might have it right now.
That's right.
I've been all over with this in my head. And the close contact sports concern me, but then I think those kids go with their family to Kansas City, Wichita. They're in crowded shopping centers. They're eating out. What's the difference? I have a hard time with this just because of that, because once they leave the school grounds, we have no control of where they go, how they go. So in my mind, that's the same as playing a contact sport.
The difference, and I've been all over in my mind too, the difference to me is this is something that we as a school district are sending them on. Right. Not our school, it's a school. Those students are under our care at the time that we are sending them to Beloit, Western Kansas, wherever we're sending them. They're under our care, in my opinion. And it goes back to what Mr. Sager said, it's risk. And what level of risk are we as a board comfortable putting on our shoulders and as a district? And there's trade-offs, there's tremendous trade-offs. You know, those students that wrote us a letter and very did a very good job of communicating what they've learned and how they're looking forward to the experience of participating in athletics this next year. That's a tremendous trade-off. So is vulnerable populations in our school we are increasing the risk by sending students for contact sports around the state. So I think it's an important discussion. I've gone both ways on it. I appreciate hearing other people's thoughts.
Do we need to make some kind of a motion or vote for something on this, or?
There's nothing required at this point. The Activities Association has not put any further restrictions. They've got the guidelines, we've got plans that are in the works. And right now it is, the calendar is set. So there is no motion required unless you want to put something in place.
I got a question. And I'm sure all schools are in contact with you on, will the things get going? Now, if, say we're playing Beloit or we're cross country at Beloit and one of the schools coming has a positive case, we just gonna not go?
That would be correct. We not go, and then we look for another one. This past week, well, actually, it was yesterday. I came into the office and Goodland was looking for a game week one because Colorado made some adjustments. Fort Scott down in close to Missouri made some adjustments schedule-wise. Somebody couldn't play. So they're looking for games, and all the ADs in the state, principals, all are on a listserv, and we try to do that. I think our travel's enough. I'm not interested in going to Fort Scott or anything like that. Our buses will be plenty warm. But yeah, that's the plan. If we lose this game, we make the choice. Okay, that's it. We just look for next week, or we see if we can find something.
It doesn't matter if it's elementary or high school. If that school has a COVID positive
No.
case,
Then that would be incorrect, yeah,
That is not correct. And if
I think you're talking about a football.
if you're talking about a football game and there's a positive case in that building, that would be a conversation that we would have. It wouldn't automatically cancel that game because they're going to have the same protocols in place that we are as far as contact tracing, was that kid on the team, is the team quarantined, all of those things. We're in conversation at the building level also to make sure that we're comfortable with their protocols and our protocols and we make those decisions. You had originally said, we go to a cross-country meet, there's 8 schools, one of those schools has a positive case. If they have a positive case, they're the ones that shouldn't go to the cross-country. It wouldn't cancel us from going.
Yeah.
They're the ones that should say, we have a positive case, we can't come, and they would bow out of that. But that would be communicated through ADs and principals that where these contacts are, and the schedule is set, but it's going to have to be fluid. We may have to move some games from some cross-country tournaments from one day to another day because we've got a quarantine or we got a questionable call or something. And people are just going to have to be able to do that. That same thing with volleyball. You have 8 teams coming. Each one of those schools has protocols. They're all following the same navigating change guidelines that we're following when they set up those protocols. And those conversations will happen at the AD principal level as far as, are there any outbreaks in your county? Are there any outbreaks in your schools? How are you guys doing? And those things are going to happen. It doesn't mean even us. If we have an outbreak in 2 kids test positive in the 2nd grade, am I going to clear the high school? The current protocols, not necessarily. We may quarantine the 2nd grade, have them all go remote, and have everybody else come back. Or we might send all the entire elementary home and have secondary come. Or we might send everybody home. We're going to have to go case by case to call a county health agency. We'll get their input onto those things. And those are some of the thresholds that might kick us remote or hybrid or might not. And then we're going to have conversations at the AD principals level on, we're going to have to bow out of this or that for this many until we get kids back in the building. And all those conversations will happen on a weekly basis.
Sorry, I thought you meant that a football player, and they were quarantined.
right, that and just school in general.
So tell me a little bit, we have a volleyball tournament you alluded to, right, coming up early in the season. Earlier, third week. So when is that tournament? Or is it in September, early September?
September 9, 10, right in there.
Yeah, so we'll have 8 schools and fans coming to the district, right?
Right.
Over the weekend.
Right, it's on Saturday.
Yeah. So it's just, it's so difficult for me to balance the trade-off of that experience and that tradition, that expectation that that's part of what a student experience and a family experience is, and the district experience of losing that game. But at the same time, on Monday morning, we're going to have a building full of our kids. And I don't have a good answer. I'm concerned by it. I don't have a good answer. Are we doing I haven't heard anything yet about, I know this is a discussion about league, about limiting crowd size, or it just seems like there's just a lot of things to figure out yet. I feel like, yes, we pushed school back 2 weeks, but I just feel like, even as a board member, and I suspect many parents feel like there's so much yet that we don't know, and I know it's hard to figure that out, but I'm sorry I don't have an answer, but I'm trying to express some feeling and some just questions I think a lot of people are having.
And you're certainly correct. You're not alone in those. And those conversations are ongoing on a statewide level. Leagues, ADs, principals, superintendents, we're having these these conversations constantly.
So we feel we can be confident by hosting, yes, without a doubt, I agree with Dwight, we are increasing risk by having 8 schools and families and fans come from around the state to our kids that will be here on the next Monday morning. Do you guys feel like it's worth that trade-off? You feel like we have the maintenance staff available, the cleaning available to be able to minimize that risk as much as possible?
What you're finding is the very largest risk for spread is airborne. And
So when you're present at the event, not residue left from the event when you're present at the event.
right. At this point, they cannot honestly document a single case of contact to a surface. They believe they have found active virus on surfaces, but they can't document that somebody actually got sick that way. They know people are getting sick by breathing it in. From Saturday to Monday, that risk factor, which is the largest risk factor, will have cleared itself already just through our HVAC system. It will have cleared the air.
It won't make 3 days.
Yeah. So we can address things like contact surfaces, things like that. But there's also protocols that we're looking at, things like if it's an indoor activity, we're going to need to temperature check every single person who comes to attend, who wants to sit in the stand, which is going to slow us down. We're going to require masks on everybody who's in the stand, which is going to slow us down, but we're going to have to do those types of things. So that will also mitigate the risk of that I'm breathing out and contaminating surfaces if I happen to be asymptomatic or unknown positive. That it would clean the air in some of those cases. It would reduce some of that risk of spread. The other thing we're going to be doing is live streaming these events. And by live streaming these events, we can make sure that we can encourage people to watch it from home, reduce our crowd size, and try to mitigate some of that risk as well. And we're really hopeful with the system that we're going to be successful in keeping crowd sizes down, travel down, and we're going to see crowds turn more into immediate family type things instead of these great big social events, at least for this year. I hate to lose that community that builds around those activities, but for this season, I think that's probably the way it's going to look out.
Well, are we gonna put a number on it? Like,
At
you know?
this point, no.
Okay, that's what I
We
didn't know.
have not come to any conclusions about a specific number. And those conversations are still ongoing
With our league.
with our league.
Mhm.
We may come up with a number there.
Or even like every other bleacher's taped off, so no one's like sitting in your hair and then you're like, oh.
Well, I think if we think to what we did with graduation, which is the culmination of a student's experience as a student, and we said, you're limited to 4 people to attend in our building. That has to be something I think that we consider when we're talking about activities. I'm just throwing that out there.
Who's gonna police the lab?
Yeah.
And if somebody's not willing to cooperate, who's gonna be telling them to ask them to leave?
That is a great question. We, of course, will tell them if they're not welcome to stay. And if we get somebody who is belligerent or refusing, to me, that becomes a position where you're now violating the law as far as being a public nuisance disruption. And that's the next step we need to go to. A lot of these events, we have our SRO on hand who is, a sworn deputy. So we would have somebody who is there to enforce that type of thing. Again, there's a difference between being annoyed by it and making a scene. And if you're not willing to follow the rules, we have a streaming option. Just go watch it at home.
I just didn't want to come back on Mr. Sager.
Well, I was gonna ask you to volunteer.
I was gonna say the guy with the blue mask.
No, I didn't want it to come back on our staff that have to be put in that position.
They will.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nobody else to do
I
it.
guarantee you, I'm not gonna be confrontational.
Right. Once you say, hey, our rule to come in is you gotta wear a mask, I wanna make clear that there's some other option, so Mr. Sager's not put in a bad position.
Yeah.
But also,
He's really put in a bad enough position.
you'll let the school know a week ahead of time. Let your parents know, let your fans know. When they get here, they have to have a mask.
Yes, I believe the we have good communication among our schools, I really believe that. But I believe it'll be double and triple
Right.
this year.
I think, and I think it helps for statistics that football is with Western Kansas this year, but, you know, they don't have as many cases as Eastern, instead of going to Council Grove.
Except if you get out there in the meatpacking area, then that's a hot spot.
Yep.
Big time.
We're not going that direction.
Yeah, we're going north, not south.
We're going north.
Well, as long as they don't have family up there.
Correct.
I mean, we could be the first district to have tickets for our volleyball and basketball games. Purchase your tickets from your student athlete. Here's your 4 tickets.
Well, do it via Eventbrite or something. I don't know. There's something that you can do. So you don't have to physically manage that, because I don't want to put that on your plate.
But you have to hire somebody on too.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah. If you're doing that, I mean, you could use Eventbrite's an online platform that
like,
you can set the number of tickets that are available, and, yep.
which have all been discussed but have not been resolved yet at this time. And it helps if it's a league discussion,
Right.
because if these rules are similar from the school that's coming, it's not gonna be a surprise when they arrive.
Right.
We start doing these things.
So it's gonna be quite the.
So what was the feeling, Mr. Sager, from other leagues? I mean,
well,
they're wrestling with it just like we are, or is
they're
anybody?
in the same boat, and everybody was meeting with coaches, let's see the direction we want to go, then meeting with all administration, and then we're gonna get back to our league. We have a Google document going right now where we're putting, things that are decided, by this particular school or hoped for, and then we'll all meet and try to get a lot of things lined up for our league. And we'll let those, once we get to district football or, say our tournament, we would let people know the protocols if you're planning to come here, what our league schools are doing and what we expect. And what they expect of us when we go there.
Because, and I don't know if anyone else knows this, but for our league schools, not a lot of those counties are requiring masks, right?
I haven't looked at that. I don't know.
Most of them are.
Are they?
There's a few that are not, and most of them are in northwest Kansas, again, where the numbers are pretty low.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure if any in our league counties are. Mitchell is certainly did not opt out, did they? And everybody else is close enough to Saline, I don't think they would.
Right. I just know, and a good thing, like, people come into our dealership, they call ahead of time. You guys require masks. I mean, so people really are courteous about it. So, you know, yeah, most people, and they understand if where they live, they don't have to wear them. They still have to wear them in Salina. So hopefully that will continue on.
What will we do for the students as far as student sections if we're not have any of that?
That's a good question. Again, we're actually to the point of discouraging people to come. So we're going to be keeping some of the crowds down, even student sections. We talked about that. First game is unlikely to have a band section. Of course, they haven't practiced in 6 months. So there's mitigating circumstances there, but outside temperatures is going to be another thing. So there's a whole lot of factors that we'll be looking. And so some of this is going to be fluid, and people are just going to have to bear with us.
So if for some reason the state falls back into 2, and that's all over with. Would that be correct?
Most schools deal with it. We fall back to 2. We can't have any gatherings over 15.
Yeah, we'll probably end up in hybrid or remote at that point. We're hopeful that it does not go that way. Again, I was encouraged by the numbers over the last 2 weeks. And we can keep the numbers in Saline County to that level. I think we're in reasonable shape and we can expect to move forward.
I think the trouble is over the next month, however many kids and teachers there are in this state, 40,000 or whatever, are all gonna congregate. The numbers are gonna go up. I mean, you don't have to pass statistics to figure that one out. The numbers are gonna go up. The question is gonna be is, how is our government gonna react? I mean, to me, that should be a known to them right now.
And that applies to us too in some regards, just like you say.
Yeah.
And I think,
You gotta expect some.
Right. You said it, Mr. Stone, it's gonna be a fluid situation, which our patrons expect. I say it every dang meeting, I know, that the fluid situation just requires so much more communication. You need to stay on top of that the best you can. I know there's some questions this week about outside fall sports that students are participating in. You guys are communicating our policy on that or recommendations on that, so all families are aware of what our thoughts are of students participating in outside SCS sports.
You mean sports outside of SC, not?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That crossed my mind too. So didn't you say tennis last week?
Tennis?
I thought you said we're getting ready for da-da-da-da and tennis, but no.
No, not tennis for us.
No. Did we have that discussion of someone going to Smoky Valley for tennis one
That
time?
was last year.
Okay,
Yeah, but.
But now
we
more.
talked about that for a long time.
okay.
2 years ago?
Yeah, because that kid is a sophomore in college. He was interested as an 8th grader and then, right, 2 years ago, because then he changed his mind. Decided not to go.
All right, any
No,
other,
my question is that.
the summer rule, whether that will carry over into the fall?
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Which I think in your message that you emailed out, I mean, legally, we don't have any control over that with KSHIC guidelines. I mean, we can be tighter.
Okay.
But
I would think that was emailed out to just us, or was that
Yeah.
a message that the community knows?
so that was just a board dialogue that was,
Decision on that.
Yeah.
I emailed that to you just to make sure you were aware we were having that discussion. We don't believe that we can carry over the summer rule into the school year and that it will really do us any good. And a big piece of that, again, is similar to what Dwight said. Those kids are coming into our building anyway. So unless they are a remote student, they're going to be in our building from 8 to 3:30. So if they stay until 5:30 at that point, it really isn't going to make that much more difference. It doesn't track that it would work.
Well, again, I know you guys we're all getting frustrated. I sense that we're getting phone calls and you guys are getting phone calls and these things, but I think it's to be expected, and if one parent or three parents have that question, probably a dozen more do. So just keep in mind when you get that question, I'm sure there's other parents signing up their kids for whatever sports they play off campus in the fall that isn't involved with SES, and they hear, well, you're all of a sudden not going to qualify from some other parents, and the district has made no communication on it. 10 o'clock at night.
But if they went to an MAYB and there was an outbreak and they would have been exposed and played against that team, they should
then they need to quarantine, yeah.
And that's on them to do. What I'm saying is we need to communicate as a district what our decision is on that, so our families.
Well, I think that those rules needed because somebody's gonna say, oh, don't worry about it, you're not showing any symptoms. You have a real risk of a parent just ignoring those rules.
Yes.
So they do need to be communicated so they know. And I don't know what you can do other than that, but somebody's gonna, yeah.
The other part of consistency on that rule, which was easy to enforce over the summer.
Yes.
Summer activities are optional anyway. They're not required and they're not supposed to carry over into the school season, school year. Now, obviously, you get better, you may improve your position, but simply attendance in those is not supposed to guarantee that sort of thing. So there is that optional difference there that when you get into the school year, now you're talking about the real deal. This is the actual season. The other thing that's different here is that we will have kids on teams all the way down to second and third grade, and they don't have a school team to hold them off on. So I could have a sixth grader playing who has no restrictions, no repercussions, and I'm gonna tell the seventh grade brother, oh, you can't do all of the stuff that we do. They're both going out getting exposed, both coming into our building, and you're hoping they're following the protocols. In order to make them follow the protocols within our building to mitigate whatever risk there is there. But for consistency's sake, at that point, I don't see that it's really enforceable that we can do that.
I agree 100% with all your logic, Mr. Stump. I just want to make sure that when you guys get questions and we get questions, that there's 50 other people that have the same question. Maybe it's we keep a running list of questions each
frequently
20
asked.
hours and post on Facebook. Hey, here's some questions I received this week. Here's where we're at. Here's where we're at today on the answers of where the district, it may change next week if this is a fluid situation. In case you have this question, here's where we're at right now. I fully appreciate and support and not here to make the decision for you. I just continue to sense as we inch closer to families making all these decisions, this frustration that not knowing, and a lot of things we don't know yet. But when we get questions, just I think it's important that we as a board and we as administrators pay attention to those and realize that that question probably exists times 10 across our district.
I think some of the parents are frustrated because they don't know if they can sign their kids up, and the dues need to be paid so their kid can either play outside the school. So they're frustrated. What do we do?
Well, the rule when it was released was specific to summer camps and practices. So that's part of it is we were talking about, do we extend that through the year? But when we released that, it was specifically for summer camps, summer activities, summer practices. At least that's how we initially released it. So I guess that's part of the reason why we were having this discussion is, do we continue it? But in our mind, it expired. It pretty much expired with summer activities.
I had a situation this week with that, and what I told the parent that had called me about that, I said, we as a school are not mandating that you can't do that, but please understand we discourage travel. If you're going to travel all over, then bring it and do that. I mean, it's and you know that leaves that up to that parent. They completely understood where we're coming from. Yes. But
again, I'll say, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm repeating myself. Last comment, that just please keep in mind when you guys get that kind of stuff, that there's other people that have that same question times a bunch, and just say, here's a question I got, and somehow we need to be able to communicate the answers to those types of questions in an efficient, quick manner that our patrons can access.
Is all the Saline League stuff still gonna be shut down this hallway? Like all the Saline stuff is all gonna be shut down?
Parks and Rec?
Parks and Rec? I have not heard anything on the Parks and Rec.
Because I mean, it throws kids right into traveling.
I would imagine that Parks and Rec is not happening. All their employees are furloughed. But I don't know the answer to that question.
Can we ask any questions about just the general opening, or I had some people give me some feedback?
The reopening plan? Sure.
Yeah. Is that now, is that, are we okay to do that now?
Yep.
The one thing that I got really hit up on, Roger, was the bringing, and I'll try to explain it the way that they explained to me, is the bringing the younger children in to a centralized location with the parent to get their temperature checked. They had several concerns. The first one is that now the parent is coming in. Why is it?
Parents not coming in.
Well, see, they thought it was, and I said, I didn't think that's the way it was. But that even makes it worse, because it goes back to that kid comes in, tests.
That was my question last week, was what are we doing? How are we doing that?
Yeah, and that's.
Because if the kid comes in with a, and which is why we've got to do those self-screenings at home, and parents have to take some ownership in this.
But it wouldn't, I mean, it still comes back to, wouldn't it be better not to let them get out of that car? You could have like flashers on, you could do whatever you need to be checked, and check them, hand them a band before you even, don't let them out of their car. So you stay in that car, we'll come check you, lights are on, or some way to know that that car hasn't been checked. Check them. If they're fine, they get out and they go in. Then you don't have to worry about that kid.
I think that's an idea for our administration to consider. So, yeah. Did you have other?
That was the one that they misunderstood. They thought it was going into like, this one gal said, well, I've got a younger kid that I'll have to bring them in too. And so I said, well, I didn't remember it that way, but I will bring it up, because I thought, well, I must have missed it in the document. So.
Now, one thing we talked about was to make sure that the parents are self-screening so that they're not sending a kid to the door that has the likelihood of getting stopped at the door. If they're sending a kid to the door, and I'm hoping this is not going to be a common issue, because they should be self-screening, we will redirect that kid so that they're not entering our building, and then we will get that parent on the phone. And part of my comment on the last video that I put out is, this is in your best interest to self-screen, because you might be 5 miles down the road, have to turn around, come back, and pick up your child and go home because you dropped off a child that had a fever and couldn't pass the screening at the door. And I don't think any parent wants to be in that position where they drop off their sick child, drive 5 miles, have to turn around, come back, get back into the parking lot, swimming upstream against all the traffic, and then retrieve their child.
Why not eliminate that and check them before they get out of the car?
I think a big piece of that is logistics. You scatter us all over the parking lot, it's going to be.
Well,
I'm not sure how, we can think about that, but I'm not sure how to make that work. If we can make that work, we'll try. But I got to wrap my head around that.
I think Steve said it last week, we get cones and set up and say, if you're dropping off, you gotta go through here.
Well, what I was talking about was the
double lane.
The double lane, getting rid of the double lane if we were worried about buses and stuff having enough room. If you're gonna do a drive-by screening for every kid, we'll have cars backed up to 81 and gypsum, I'm afraid.
Well, but you see where I'm going, though.
I understand it. I understand what you're saying.
Way to mark out that parking lot in such a way. I mean, maybe we're gonna have to do something a little different with some parking of some faculty to make some space. It always seems good to me that don't let them out of the vehicle that can take them home. Don't expose them to the other kids. That just seems like a good place to start. And if you have enough people screening, I mean, I don't know how many it would take, head screen.
You could just keep us updated on that in the weekly updates. That would be awesome. Maybe the traffic flow.
Transportation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know it's a mess, Roger. I don't get me wrong.
Okay, any other?
My other thought on the reopening plan is the section where it talks about the University of Colorado guidelines. Is that right?
Yes, they did the study on spreading during singing.
Okay.
Playing instruments.
I didn't know if it's possible to just put a link in there, you know, it talks about we're gonna follow those guidelines, but I didn't know what those guidelines are, if it's easy, just put a link in there to where families can click on that and say, okay, now I can read what those guidelines are, or if there's 5 of them, just go ahead and include what they are.
It's like 10 pages or 20 pages. Our goal there was to put the language in there specific enough that you could cut and paste that into a browser. I didn't think about putting a link in there, we certainly could, but we wanted to be descriptive enough in there that if you wanted to Google it, you'd find it.
If I was a little more techy, I could have done that.
I didn't think about putting the link in the document.
Or revise it and do that.
Yeah, we should have.
Great. Anything else on the reopening plan?
So after tonight, we will remove draft and say this is our fluid reopening plan.
We can either do that, I mean, it depends, if you approve it as it is tonight, I really didn't put a motion in there. I'm really looking at the 17th probably to take draft off, because we're gonna have a couple more,
13 days, you'll have interaction.
I think that would be it.
Okay.
You might add just, you know, I had a couple of questions about, well, if it's a draft, why is it just a draft? So, and I know you explained that. But if it's easy, just somehow put the top of it or something.
Draft
Never.
it, yeah.
It's pretty much gonna be a draft through the whole school year.
We did add a
It's gonna be
timeline
always
here
strange.
that said this will be revised if things change or as needed. So out of that first paragraph. Would be easy to change as we went.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the secondary handbook for students and teachers. That was the first read for approval on the 17th. Correct?
Yes.
Were there notable changes, secondary administrators, that you want to highlight?
Is there a student handbook or a staff?
Either? We have both?
No. There was minor changes. There's a few places where, like, we added things like for the 2021 school year, like page 11 on the student one about lockers. For the 2021 school year, we will not have lockers, but if we're able to use them, these guidelines below will still apply. So there was kind of those kind of things in there to just say there are a few things, but other than that,
I think we went through it, and what we did was tried to get some of the obvious things that are going to be changing this year, but also put the byline in there that please understand this may change.
Right.
As we go through the year.
right. And I did on page 6, that's kind of the beginning of this meat of it, that I added a statement that all the guidelines within the reopening plan will be followed, and also a link there as soon as it is approved or whatever. So I left a place with a link to the reopening plan, and that's like at the very beginning of anything in the reopening plan supersedes what's in this document. It's the most up to date and most official of what we're dealing with right now. Other than that, there's no. I mean, I added breakfast on page 15. There's a blurb about breakfast. That was never in there before. There's a few things added about, like on page 26, about remote learning and the digital citizenship about like students not recording, and understanding that if there is a remote student, whether it's one or whether it's everybody, when the teachers live stream, that is recorded, but only for educational purposes and not to be shared with anybody other than staff members.
And the teacher was?
When the teacher live streams,
Okay, I just didn't get that word. I thought it was like light something, and I was like, what? Okay.
When you have those where people join us, that
Right.
Google Meets automatically record. Just so that people are aware that that is being recorded. There's a few statements in there when it talks about digital citizenship and agreements about technology. On the staff one, those are on the two ones, and it's kind of the same in the staff one. Changing names, updating names, but nothing major. Those kind of things, like statements about for the 2021 school year, and see the reopening plan, that's up to date.
And there won't be anything prior to the 17th, and if we wait to adopt those then, that will impede your progress.
Well, I meet with faculty where I would share the staff one, but I can not, I think that's on the 11th, is that on schedule? But I can
Share it as a draft.
I can share it as a draft and let them know. Changes. That would be much great. Then I'll meet with them again after the 17th. That would be fine.
There was a administrator at another school that I spoke to that was somewhat concerned about live streaming and parents and others
Yeah,
being
that's-
able to see.
We added,
They said they're not going to do it because of that. Deal with, they'll have a big risk.
so like,
They're not going to do it that way. If they're remote, they're not, because of the liability risk. That's what they're.
well, there was a clause added that the parents had to sign in our enrollment to acknowledge that that was taking place, first of all, for students, and then secondly, we're working on a policy with KFV. So the
Yeah, they were
parent
just-
recognizes that it's
the parent-
against the law
Yeah,
if they do anything with that.
and they were worried about. the
live
parents
stream.
Looking at the classroom.
Right. Yeah.
Over the shoulder.
So it's our media release of information that, so that parents are aware that that's taking place, that it was added to. So we had to,
Okay.
at enrollment, we had
So
to sign that.
You think we're covered?
Yeah, and that was,
Really what my question was.
yep, that was reviewed by KSB Legal before it was added.
Yeah. so-
Yep, always something. All right.
Well, I'm sorry, I should have asked this question back in the reopening plan. It just popped in my head. Can I ask it?
Sure.
Where are we at, the senior lounge? I know you guys have thought about that, and the new patio we built for them. Are there gonna be any,
Senior lounge is going already.
what about the patio outside we just did this year?
We're going to utilize that as much as possible.
Okay.
Be an outdoor facility. We will rotate kids through that area for outdoor lunch. And student council and the principal have met to discuss that. It'll be available for outdoor classroom as well as the new one we're producing will be available for an outdoor classroom for teacher use. They may have to fight over it, but we'll have to come up with some sort of schedule so that, because I'm sure it's going to be popular.
And when you toured, the benches that were in the senior lounge are now outside already.
We are ready to take
I have one more
a,
question
yes.
on the policy.
Okay.
This is, I guess, is there, any events for orientation, like kindergarten or new to 7th grade, orientations for families that are not happening, that usually would have been happening?
We have the 7th grade orientation and new students, secondary new students and 7th graders scheduled for the 18th, I believe, and it will be live streamed, and I think Mrs. Hayden is the counselor in charge of that. I think she's already put the letter out. I'm going not positive the letter's not out. But we did pick the date and then. But we will be in the auditorium or the theater, but we will then live stream information for the 7th grade and new 2nd grade students.
We have roundup and screening. They'll still continue to have their, short meeting that they have with the parents and students.
Friday.
Do they sign up for a time to do that? Okay, that's what I was thinking.
All by appointment, so there's a holiday.
Anything else on those 3 agenda items? Okay, we are going to take a break from this room and go tour our upgrades to the facility for those of you who are watching this. So, what do you think? Return by 8:30?
I was figuring 45 minutes.
They keep them
Okay. All right.
Oh, are you Sandy?
Yeah, he's Sandy.
I need to change your name. I didn't know my name was Sandy.
Yep. Sandy. Sandy Rogers, right there.
It's not
What
executive.
was my picture?
This is not executive session, so we're just gonna continue the live stream, and it will sit here, and keep going, Andy, and we will be back. We're still essentially in open session.
All right.
Hey, come with. We're in open session.
Yeah, I know, that's what I meant. I thought you were saying, I don't have to.
We'll just be posted on our,
Yeah.
from where, you know, teacher.
All right, good job, man. I didn't think about it. Cool.
We can. I was just checking the box, I wasn't gonna share it. If it's something you think people would like to see.
I think our, at very least, our staff need to recognize what we agree to.
They told me I need to.
They left us.
Okay, please double check that let's see, everybody's muted, we should be in good shape.
I'm dead, so you're gonna have to just bear with me for a minute.
Okay.
Or the electricity travels from the wall to. Can you see me now? Oh, yeah, great. Okay. We are back from our tour and just want to take a moment to say thank you to all of the staff that has worked really hard, really for the last 5 years to make our strategic plan come to fruition. And it's fun to see the fruits of all of that labor from the last decade in action and finalized. So thanks for taking the time to do that. Okay, next on our agenda is to go into executive session for student matters. Is there a motion?
I move we go into executive session for student matters
With all three administrators and superintendent?
with all three
Is that right?
administrators.
Yeah.
And superintendent.
Any discussion? How long? How long, guys?
You want 20?
20 minutes? Okay.
All right, 25, because we'll need it.
All right, so we will be back at 9 PM. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
9 PM, Andy?
Motion carried.
Okay, so we are coming out of executive session.
Or not?
Yes.
How long?
Go 10 and go down.
Yes. Under we continue executive session for student matters with all administrators for 10 till 9:10 PM, 9 more.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Teresa? Okay, pass 7-0. We'll be back at 9:10.
9:10.
letter.
Andy has rejoined the session. We're live. We're in open session.
I move we take an additional 5 minutes for student matters with
9:15.
administrators.
So you wanna leave it at 5 or you wanna go to 10?
We can do it.
We can do it in 5.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, we'll be back at 9:15.
Second.
You're ready for,
And we are in
Wait for
open
television.
session.
Gotta have our clerk. I know it's recorded and all. She could come back and do the hard work that way. Ta-da. All right, very good. So, is there a motion?
I move we approve the returning students and staff students for out-of-district additions.
For a second?
Second.
Current students who have moved out of the district.
Current students that have moved out of a district and reapply. Okay.
Great. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next, 4.2, personnel. Do we need to go in for dialogue
Yes, I'd like 10 minutes.
with the admin? Or not?
I'm not sure that, maybe Cassie,
Everybody else?
that should be all.
Do they need to stay for the other?
We're,
Thank you for your time this evening.
Well, I have a general question about personnel that I would like their input on.
Okay.
The executive,
I don't think so. I don't need to name any names.
well, then we can do that.
Do that now, so they can leave?
Yeah, be okay with me, if that's all right with everybody else.
Mhm.
With our current situation and coaching, I guess my question is, are there other areas where we are that vulnerable with staff that
we're still searching for a couple of coaches, and that's one of the reasons why we're having trouble covering, because we're not getting applications. We're still looking for coaches.
Well, I guess I'm kind of making this broader. I mean, volleyball is not the end all, and I get that. But if this would have happened 3 weeks from now, in the middle of a season, that would be a little different, having to cancel practices and games. But I guess I want to extend it on out into teachers and cooks, bus drivers, and I know we're looking for everybody,
Right.
but gosh, I just hate to think that we are that vulnerable that one person has that
Impact on the program.
impact. Thank you for the word. And I get that a head coach should have, or they're not in the right place. But not even to have a backup, and I'm using volleyball because that's our current situation. If that were science or a math department, I don't know. And I'm not looking for a magic answer. Trust me, it bothers me a little bit that we are that vulnerable.
And I think in the reopening plan, we did talk about this, that if teachers are quarantined, that they still have the ability to teach remotely, whereas
If they're
coaching,
able.
right, if they're not sick. But coaching, obviously, that's a different thing. You can't really zoom into the gym and conduct a practice or the football field or the cross country course, whatever that looks like. So, and that's why we're hiring those long-term subs from a teaching perspective. So I do think that we've thought that one through a little differently. We've talked about the banding of cross-curricular so that if there is that need, other people in the building are aware of where we are in teaching. So,
Well,
but yes,
I agree with the hiring of the full-time subs, and I know that will be a great help. But if we have 50 teachers plus or minus, 3 isn't going to go very far.
right. Nope.
But it's a good start. It's a start, but that's all I needed to say. It kind of bothers me that we are that vulnerable.
Another thing too, maybe, Steve, that dovetails into what you're thinking. So where I'm at, I've been asked not to go places or travel and go to high-risk areas. And if you do, you don't get to come back to the office. I assume
There's consequences for your actions.
do we have that same, we have asked that they don't travel as far as teachers, or can we? Or,
I don't
I
know
think
how you
that's
can.
something that we'd have to talk about in that MOU that is still in progress.
I mean, because like if you're in that office at Great Plains, you're not going to, if you go to Nevada, they aren't gonna let you back in. Oh, yeah.
I think maybe with our full-time staff, maybe you could, I don't know. That'd be stretching it.
I think it's reasonable.
Rule 10 coaches, how do you do that?
Well, if you want to be a coach, I mean, but you have a lot of trouble getting them, so but I think it's reasonable to say, this thing's going around, if you go to high-risk areas, I think it's reasonable to at least put that thought process in somebody's head and say, hey, maybe that is a great idea.
They ought to have it in their head already.
I know, but that doesn't always.
Anyway, I like I said, I just wanted to express my concern about, we've now found a weak link in our chain, and how do we address it? Can we address it?
Our system's not built for redundancy.
You're right.
It just isn't, and it puts us in kind of an awkward situation, but this has been an ongoing conversation for districts, basically division 1A through 4A. We're not built for redundancy.
Yeah.
We've got one chemistry teacher. We've got one teacher that can do college English. We're just not built for redundancy, and you get a little more of that when you get up into the higher divisions, but even at that, they have the number of teachers that they need and no more.
Yeah, right.
And that's how you keep your budget within check, and we're just not built for redundancy.
Okay. We can move on.
Thank you.
Good discussion, Steve.
Okay,
See ya.
so is there a motion to go back into executive session for personnel matters with Mrs. Foreman?
I move.
Second. Okay.
How many
And Mr.
minutes?
Stumpf, yeah.
10.
And
It was 10.
all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, we'll be back at 9:34.
See ya.
Thank you, guys.
9:35?
That's 10.
Sure.
Uh,
Okay, we're back in open session.
There's a 40, is that what you said?
Or motion?
I move we go back into executive session with only the board for to discuss matters of personnel.
Or second?
Second.
Thank you, Justin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? We'll see you at 9:40.
9:40, Andy.
Andy's in, he just can't hear us.
Okay, you're live?
I move we go back into executive session for another 7 minutes. That'll be 10 to 10. I'm 8. I just figure it's gonna take that.
9:50,
Which is the board.
10 minutes?
Justin, seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
With just the board.
All opposed? Motion carried 7-0. We'll be back at 9:50.
9:50. If you don't have any objections, I'm gonna let Cassie go. Okay, 9:50, Andy? Okay, you're
Okay.
in open session again?
Is there a motion? I move we go into executive session for personnel with Mr. Stumpf.
We're 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes, return at 10 o'clock.
For a second.
Like,
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. See you at 10.
You are in open session.
I think I would like to go back into executive session for 5 minutes to talk about personnel.
Second?
Any discussion? Not, we'll vote. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? We'll be back at 10:05.
10:05, Andy.
After 10.
Come on in. Okay, we are in open session.
What do you do, Lord?
Need to resolve these questions before we go on
Yes,
in executive.
yes, we do.
You're gonna need more than 5 minutes.
We're gonna, so take another 9 minutes. I move we take another 9 minutes, 10 to 15 for personnel, please.
Is there a second?
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. With Roger. We'll be back at 10:15.
10:15, please.
Department of Labor.
We are
We
back
got-
in open session.
Handy, doo-doo-doo. Okay. Anything else on item 4.2?
I don't know that you made decisions that I can write down. Do you have decisions that you can write down?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing else for me. Okay, so we need to make motions now.
I have motions on hire to do, recommendations for hire with these salaries as well.
Okay, so that needs to go to 5.3. Do we need to have dialogue about 4.3?
Yeah.
How long?
I move we go into executive session with Mr. Stump for 10 minutes on discussion of personnel.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. We'll be back at 10:26.
10:26. Okay, there it is. We're back in session.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We have, a motion to table item 4.4 until August 15th.
I move that we table 4.4 till August 17th board meeting.
Thank you.
Oh,
Any discussion?
Here, you
Sharice?
No.
Doesn't everyone carry a power strip in their purse?
I'm about to get
which some of us have prototype use in pharmacy.
Okay, all those in favor of tabling item 4.4 till August 17th, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Okay, is there a motion for item 5.1?
I believe we already made that motion.
No?
Yeah.
Whenever we discussed it, we moved.
Kelsey, didn't we make a motion? White made the motion. I seconded.
Students and.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Okay,
We did.
I thought I was.
My computer died from lack of power, so.
Mine's dead too. Check it out.
Okay, so,
Did we vote on that?
Yes, we did vote on that.
Okay.
5.1.
to regain our connection, so we are now ready for item 5.2. Is there a motion?
I move to accept the resignation of Angel Wolf.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Great, 6-1.
I move to declare Angel Wolf in breach of contract.
If we accepted it, we can't.
Oh, we don't do both of them?
One or the other.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Would you like to amend your first?
Yeah, I would like to amend my first move of accepting resignation.
Can we do that?
Can I do that?
She didn't understand the vote.
I thought they were both the same, or I thought I could do both. Sorry.
Yeah.
You could change your vote.
Okay, I'll change my vote.
I don't know how we do that since you made the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be.
I'll change my
I would
vote.
also.
Okay, we're going to take a revote on the motion to accept the resignation of Angel Wolf. All those in favor of accepting the resignation, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion failed. Okay, now,
I move to declare Angel Wolf in breach of contract.
is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor of declaring Angel Wolf in breach of contract, say aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lord. I have a discussion. So if we declare her in breach of contract, then is the resignation still in place?
I'm gonna have to call USD and make sure that everything is in order there, because it's the first time I've ever.
They're saying that she doesn't show up, but she,
I mean, she is, I believe so. And if not, we'll fix it on the 17th.
That's an important consideration. I'm fine with I'm fine with declaring her in breach of contract, but also not fine if that means the resignation is not in place, or can be undone, or.
I understand. I can't answer that question.
So we have a motion on the table. We can table the motion until August 17th, or we can go ahead and take,
just to clarify that point,
I move we table the motion.
any further discussion? All those in favor of tabling the motion to declare Angel Wolf in breach of contract, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
those facts kids would probably have something to say to us.
Okay, item 5.3, recommendations for hire. We have several motions here.
Basically, for long-term sub and COVID aid, I added other duties as assigned, because they're gonna have to be able to float. I asked you to accept the job description, as it presented.
Those were in the personnel job descriptions.
I move we accept the job description for COVID long-term sub and COVID aid.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Next, daily sub rate.
I move we increase the daily sub rate to $110 per day.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor of increasing daily sub rate to 110 per day, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
I move that we recommend pay rates based on board discussion that our board president has.
Would you like me to state what those are out loud here? Here they are. How do we do that when they're individual people?
Yeah.
Hey, as a public, it is no private, but if you've got it recommended there, as long as people are in agreement, as recommended, we don't do that.
Okay.
We don't have to, every single one.
Okay. I will give that to you. Okay, Justin made the motion. Is there a second? A second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay.
About 1%. You need to hustle.
The next two are hiring for long-term subs.
I move we approve the hire of Trent Schummer for COVID long-term sub up to 80 days. And I also move we approve the hiring of Jenny Kerr for long-term sub for K-6 music through the first semester. Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, won't we have to do those two different?
Why?
It was all in the same. It's classified. I mean, he said what they were for specifically, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, they were single space, so I thought I was putting them together.
Any further discussion? No, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, our next meeting is our regular meeting scheduled on August 17th. Is there a motion to adjourn? I move we adjourn 10:38 p.m.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
Sandy.
Next, we want to